Good morning. Thank you for your patience this morning. I was having some technical difficulties, which hopefully will not continue to be a problem. I will look to the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter. And I'm looking to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
Good morning. I am ready, hearing officer.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I will start with our usual introductions and then we'll go from there. Good morning. It is February 24th, 2026, and I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. The audio and video are being recorded. We will post files on our FTP folder for this proceeding, and the YouTube recording will be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is with us today and will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of any slides. If you are a witness, you're welcome to address Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide, and attorneys may address Ms. Mullen directly to bring up particular exhibits for cross-exam. We'll follow our usual schedule. I'm hopeful we will end early today, but we will take breaks and certainly have a hard stop by 5 p.m., although we will aim to do better than that, I think. Where I recall we left off yesterday was we had concluded partial cross-examination of Dr. Greenwood and associated witnesses. Mr. Busher, I believe, had completed his cross, and then we were going to pick up with Mr. Flanders and then Mr. Spain. And then we would start the next panel no sooner than 10 o'clock, but I think that will resolve itself here. I don't have anything on my procedural items list, but I will look to the room before we get started. I see we already have Ms. Carroll elevated. If you would like to go ahead and make your appearance, you are welcome to, Ms. Carroll. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Can you hear me?
Yes, we are clear. Thank you. And I will look to the remaining of the room. Is there anyone else who has a procedural matter that we should address this morning before we turn back to Dr. Greenwood? Then with that, I'll ask the hearing team to please elevate Dr. Greenwood and our other two witnesses, I believe, Mr. Schreier and Mr. Kurth. Unless, Ms. Carroll, do we not have the other witnesses today?
We do have them. We're having technical difficulties with one of the headsets, so if we could just have a moment to troubleshoot.
Sure, and I will elevate others who will be joining us. Good morning, Dr. Greenwood.
Good morning.
And we can hear you. If we can please elevate Mr. Flanders, who I believe will be starting us off for cross, and then I assume we would like Ms. Morris to be elevated as well, if she's here with us. Good morning, Mr. Kurth. Good morning, Mr. Schreier.
Good morning.
I can hear you, Mr. Schreier. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. And good morning, Mr. Flanders.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you.
Let me adjust my light.
And let me, Ms. Carroll, do we have Ms. Morris today? Are you expecting her?
Yes, but she's helping with the troubleshooting.
There she is. Yes. So yeah, got it. And we'll elevate Ms. Morris. And then Mr. Krieger, I know you normally ask to be elevated. If you would like to, please raise your Zoom hand. Thank you. Let's please elevate Mr. Krieger. Good morning, Ms. Morris.
I'm working on it.
Good morning. Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Thank you. Good morning. And then before we get started, I know Ms. Morris is helping with the troubleshooting. I'll give you all a moment. We don't need to, if you need a minute. And then I'll make sure that Ms. Morris is, her connection is working as well. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. I think we have a full check. So with that, I will turn to you, Mr. Flanders, if you have questions for these witnesses.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Jason Flanders for Friends of the River. And I believe my questions this morning will only be addressed to Dr. Greenwood. So good morning, Dr. Greenwood.
Good morning.
Dr. Greenwood, did you personally review all of Dr. Swanson's testimony and her supporting exhibits?
I believe I did, yes.
You believe that you did, or you did?
I recall reading the written testimony, and then I recall there being several exhibits. I'm not sure if I read all of the exhibits necessarily, but I read certainly the ones that I was rebutting pieces of.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree in general that Dr. Swanson's testimony evaluated DWR's final EIR to determine whether DWR had conducted a credible analysis of future DCP operations and environmental impacts?
If I recall, it seemed like the testimony was primarily focused on the final EIR.
Right, great. So when you say, for example, at page 36, line 23 of your rebuttal testimony, that Dr. Swanson's opinion, quote, is contrary to the conclusions in the FEIR, close quote, you're simply reaffirming that Dr. Swanson disagrees with the EIR's conclusions, correct?
Dr. Swanson, I think had used the word significant, which was contrary to the final EIR. And then I think I also in my rebuttal testimony mentioned the CDFW findings of fact, also saying less than significant.
Regarding CDFW's ITP, that constitutes CDFW's assessments and conclusions regarding the project and not DWR's, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Based on CDFW's assessment, is it correct that the ITP includes mitigation actions and operational restrictions required by CDFW to reduce the harms that the DCP facility and operations would cause to listed species?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Based on CDFW's assessment, is it correct that the ITP includes mitigation actions and operational restrictions required by CDFW to reduce harms that the DCP facility and operations would cause to listed species?
I'm not sure about if it's phrased as reduce harms. Certainly there's measures for minimization and mitigation, full mitigation of the potential negative effects of the DCP.
Can you elaborate on how you believe full mitigation would be different than reducing the harms?
Objection. This appears to be outside the scope of the testimony, of the rebuttal testimony.
Mr. Flanders, will you point us to where we are in the rebuttal?
One moment, please.
Thank
Dr. Greenwood frequently relies on the ITP mitigation measures. There are a number of paragraphs in Dr. Greenwood's report. For example, page 37, lines 19 through 23, the CDFW DCP ITP lists numerous conditions of approval related to monitoring, notification, science, take minimization, mitigation. It's a frequent theme in Dr. Greenwood's rebuttal to say that Ms. Swanson's testimony did not consider all of the measures included in the ITP. And so to better understand the relevance of Dr. Greenwood's reliance on all of the measures in the ITP, my question is whether the ITP includes mitigation actions required by CDFW that would reduce the harms the DCP facility and operation would cause to listed species.
Let's go forward and we'll see how far we get. So I'll allow that. We may need to, unless that was your question, you may need to rephrase the question again for Dr. Greenwood.
That is the question.
All right, please.
Yeah, and I think I was just trying to state that I'm not sure that they necessarily use that exact phrase in terms of reducing harms. It's more really a focus on minimizing and fully mitigating through the different measures that included the different conditions of approval that I was referencing in my rebuttal testimony.
Okay, so similarly here at page 37, line 1, you note that CDFW found no significant effects to numerous species. And again, I just want to clarify, those findings were CDFW's based on its ITP, correct? And not DWR's findings based on its project and analysis in the EIR.
I think that was CDFW's findings from issuance of the ITP in relation to DWR's findings in the final EIR. So it's whether the ITP would result in additional significant impacts relative to what was found in the final EIR by DWR.
Do any of the mitigation measures in the ITP go beyond what was otherwise deemed sufficient by DWR in the FEIR?
There are additional measures that CDFW has in the ITP. The EIR is there's mitigation measures to address significance under the CEQA standard, whereas DWR is having CDFW is having additional measures included to address the California Endangered Species Act requirements for minimizing and fully mitigating.
So given that the ITP requires additional mitigation and protection beyond those proposed by DWR and its FEIR, doesn't that mean that CDFW also concluded that the DCP as described and proposed by DWR in the FEIR would cause unacceptable harm to listed species and their ecosystems?
Objection, relevance. I think there's different standards for FEIR and for compliance with CISA. In addition to that, the project as we presented it included the ITP application and then finally the ITP. So there's a missing step in here between the ITP application that was submitted by DWR. And we seem to be confusing all of these three different steps, and then two of them have different legal standards.
Well, I would just respond that that objection includes a significant amount of argument. I'm not confused. Our witness testified as to the adequacy of the EIR, and in rebuttal, Dr. Greenwood repeatedly discusses the ITP and CDFW's findings in order to rebut Dr. Swanson's opinions. And so I want to unpack that and indeed draw out the contrast that Ms. Morris is pointing to, which is that these are different documents.
Mr. Flanders, will you run the question by me again, please?
Given that the ITP requires additional mitigation and protection beyond those proposed by DWR in its FEIR, doesn't that mean CDFW also concluded that the DCP, as described and proposed by DWR in the FEIR, would cause unacceptable harm to listed species and their ecosystems?
Relevance.
I'll allow the question, but Dr. Greenwood, to the extent you can answer, please.
So just to refresh, it's basically additional effects on top of EIR effects. Is that the crux of the question?
Mitigations or minimization measures.
I think, as I stated, additional measures to meet the California Endangered Species Act standard, which involves minimizing and fully mitigating for the CISA listed species. So that's a different standard than the CEQA analysis.
Okay, so you would agree generally then that CDFW did include additional mitigation measures and minimization measures to meet the CISA standards that were not proposed by DWR and the EIR.
Asked and answered.
Just to clarify, Dr. Greenwood, please.
There are additional requirements under the ITP.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice a bit. In paragraph 45 of your rebuttal, you take on Dr. Swanson's critique that DWR relies on future studies and adaptive management to mitigate fish screen impacts. And you state DCP proposed a number of studies beginning in advance of project operations to address baseline conditions and potential effects related to initial and long-term operations, end quote. Did CDFW include the studies that you reference here in its ITP approval?
I'm sorry, could you pull up maybe the my testimony just so I can be clear what I may or may not have referenced there?
Indeed. And also for reference, I mean, your testimony would be DWR 807, but also here you're citing to DWR 803 Appendix 7A. So I don't know which you'd prefer to review.
Perhaps my rebuttal testimony initially, and then if we need to go elsewhere, we can.
Okay, thanks.
Did
Ms.
we
Mullen?
pull up the 807R that was submitted yesterday that has the minor corrections?
That is there more than one 807R?
No, but there,
Okay.
we just talked about 807. I'm suggesting we
see.
pull up 807R that
Yes, we should.
included the minor corrections.
Thank you.
Let's see, I believe I was on paragraph 45, which is on page 37 of the PDF.
And sorry, Mr. Flanders, can you repeat what the question was?
Yeah, with reference to lines 16 through 18, DCP proposed a number of studies. My question was whether CDFW included those studies as proposed by DWR in the ITP.
I think they are, if not exactly the same studies, they're addressing the same themes that were proposed in the ITP application.
Do you recall, did you personally work for DWR and with CDFW in the ITP process regarding development of these studies?
I've worked on the ITP application. Somewhat on the studies. Others were involved, I think, in study development as well, from the broader DWR team, which includes consultants such as myself.
Do you know if DWR has included these future studies as conditions of approval for the State Water Board?
I'm not sure. I'd have to review what proposed conditions are.
Okay. And regardless, this is all consistent with Dr. Swanson's testimony, is it not? That a significant portion of DWR's proposed mitigation is unknown at this time and left to future study and design?
Well, I think as shown in the first sentence there of the paragraph 45, you know, what I took as testimony was that that doing these studies is uncertain, essentially. And so this was really just to reinforce that there are a number of studies that have to be done. They were proposed to be done, and also the ITP requires a number of studies to be done, and they have timelines and so on. So this is to emphasize that the fact that has to happen.
Okay. Excuse me, if we could turn to the fish screens. And in paragraph 48 of your testimony, you note there are more current guidelines and criteria for sweeping and approach velocities than Dr. Swanson relied on. Is it true that whether under the guidance you cite or the guidance Dr. Swanson cites, delta smelt are still effectively the limiting species for approach velocity at 0.2 feet per second?
As far as I'm aware, 0.2 feet per second is that's the lowest approach velocity required for the different species, different focal species relevant to DCP.
Do the new guidelines you reference offer any content regarding screen length?
I'm not recalling specifics on that.
Okay. Do the new guidelines you reference offer any content regarding exposure duration?
They may, but I'm not recalling specifics.
From a design perspective, can you explain how the DCP cylindrical screen structure was designed to satisfy these guidelines?
Objection outside the scope.
If you have an answer, Dr. Greenwood, please.
Sorry, which guidelines were you specifically meaning?
One moment, please. You noted they were updated. I believe they were NOAA, but let me locate those here.
Are you looking, Mr. Flanders, on paragraph 48, the second half of the first
Yes,
sentence?
thank you. The NIMS guidelines, sorry.
Uh-huh. I
Cited in your rebuttal.
yes, I believe I think Dr. Swanson had cited those in the context of sweeping velocity, if I recall. And so I was focusing in on that particular aspect of the guidelines in my rebuttal testimony.
Okay, so you don't have an opinion on how the cylindrical screens may have been designed to satisfy these guidelines?
I think it's as far as the sweeping velocity, that I wouldn't say that's necessarily so much a function of the screen design per se. I'd say that's more diversions being allowed or not being allowed in relation to what the sweeping velocity past the screen may be. So I think that was more in terms of considerations that the sweeping velocity should be at least double the approach velocity.
Okay, thank you. You comment in paragraph 49 that the fish screens are actually approximately 30 feet long, not 900 feet long, and that there's an approximate 1 foot gap between each successive approximately 30 foot long section, and state there's no solid connection between successive screen units. Does that mean there's an open gap between the downstream end of one screen cylinder and the beginning upstream end of the next one?
A gap of about a foot, as I state in my testimony.
Okay. Are you aware of any design drawings or diagrams of the proposed DCP screens in DWR's hearing exhibits?
I would have to check the different exhibits. Certainly I've seen drawings of that type, but I'm just not sure if they are currently exhibits.
You have seen drawings of uh, the design of what the screens will look like as built in the river?
I have.
Okay. And do you recall whether those were in the EIR?
I believe I recall ones that were in maybe not in the EIR, but in the various engineering reports that I think the EIR cites too.
Okay. And do you recall whether any such drawings or diagrams of the screens would have been provided to CDFW?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do the gaps make the hydraulics and protective function of the screens worse?
Section vague and ambiguous as compared to what?
As compared to screens with no gaps, a 900-foot long screen.
I haven't seen a detailed analysis of um, you know, flow fields and that type of thing that would be suggesting um, that type of effect. As far as I think that would have to be defined as far as whatever, if you use the word worse or whatever. I think part of the steps going forward is to be doing additional modeling to look at the hydrodynamics around the structures.
And sorry, again, I'm sorry if I asked this before, but did you participate in the proposed um, fish screen design?
I didn't participate in design of the fish screens.
Okay.
I
Sorry.
all I was going to indicate was just that I'd participated in summarizing different um, potential effects of different types of fish screens.
Okay. And was that in written documentation?
I think we did have um, a memorandum for DWR's internal consideration.
Can you recall what different fish screen types or configurations you considered?
If I recall correctly, I think the main interest was in flat type fish screen versus the cylindrical fish screens. So the
Can you describe
on bank flat screens.
how the dozens of sequential screen cylinders will be supported to stay rigid in the water column?
Um, that might be a better question for the engineer team, but as I understand it, they're essentially attached with manifolds to the rest of the structure located, on the bank.
Have you seen or considered any analysis of how the gaps with the support structure would affect hydrodynamics?
As I indicated earlier, I think that, detailed studies of that type will be part of things moving forward with the designs.
Is it still DWR's assessment that fish passing by the screens could be exposed to and near to the screens for as long as hours?
Is that in particular reference to something? You say still?
Dr. Swanson notes that as a matter of concern from the findings of the EIR. I would submit, but we can bring up Dr. Swanson's report if you'd like.
I think it would help just to make sure I get the correct reference.
Well, just let me rephrase the question then, perhaps, instead of burdening us with another exhibit. Is it your understanding that fish passing by the screens could be exposed to and near the screens for as long as hours?
Without looking at specific exhibits, I recall there being durations. They may have been on the order of several hours. I'd have to look back at for example, the final EIR chapter 12 to verify that. And yeah, I mean that was under the assumption that fish are perhaps encountering multiple of the screens within a short duration. There's also potentially a lot shorter duration if only encountering, say, one fish screen. And then, of course, potential for not encountering any fish screens at all, given the where the fish screens are and the width of the river and so on.
Let's briefly switch over to DWR's climate analysis. Again, you highlight that updated analysis was included in the ITP application and that CDFW also did additional analysis for the ITP, correct?
I'm not sure that I state it exactly that way. We might need to pull up that portion of my rebuttal testimony just to clarify.
Sure, one moment. I think I'm looking here at paragraph 51.
So I think what I was looking to clarify was, I think you had stated that CDFW had also, I'm sorry, could you repeat what you stated regarding CDFW?
That they did analysis, that CDFW did additional analysis for the ITP.
I didn't state that in my rebuttal testimony here. What I actually stated is lines 22, 23, the additional biological modeling using hydrology adjusted for the last 30 years of climate conditions was also provided to CDFW as part of the ITP application.
Okay. Is that inconsistent with Dr. Swanson's testimony that the FEIR needed additional modeling of climate analysis?
This is providing the additional perspective that there was additional climate modeling that was done as part of the overall DCP effort, including the ITP application.
Okay, great. In paragraph 52, you state it's unclear why assumptions of different hydrological conditions would underestimate the environmental impacts of the DCP, given the DCP diversion criteria are not fixed at a constant rate. Are you aware that a chief critique of Dr. Swanson is that DWR's default climate assumption was that conditions would be wetter than most climate models suggest, not just different?
I believe that's consistent with the first couple of sentences there and paragraph 52 that we're looking at.
So under assumed wetter conditions, the DCP per DWR's planned operation, and per your explanation that diversions are pegged to river flow rates, under wetter conditions, the DCP would be able to divert more water, correct?
Generally speaking.
So wouldn't a wetter climate model tend to overestimate DCP diversion performance?
Diversion performance, does that mean the amount of water diverted, basically?
Yes.
Or assumptions of higher river flows, providing that operational criteria are met, would result in an indication of potentially greater diversions.
Would you agree that in general, during times of lower precipitation runoff and flow, conditions are relatively poorer for fish and ecosystems?
Section incomplete hypothetical. Appears to be outside the scope.
Where are we going with this, Mr. Flanders? I know it's a very general question, but where are you headed?
Very close to the end. Dr. Greenwood's, rebuttal is of, taking a step back. Dr. Swanson critiques DWR for relying on an overly optimistic wet climate projection. And Dr. Greenwood's rebuttal seems to suggest that it doesn't really matter what the he says it's unclear why assumptions of different hydrological conditions would underestimate the environmental impacts. And so
Understood. Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Flanders, but Dr. Greenwood, please, if you can answer, I know it's a general question. You can answer it, please do.
So can you repeat, Mr. Flanders? Sorry, the question.
Would you agree that in general, during times of lower precipitation, runoff, and flow, conditions are relatively poorer for fish and ecosystems?
I would say some aspects of conditions, ecosystem conditions, could be poorer. For example, less river flow coming into the delta might affect through delta survival of juvenile salmonids based on the studies that we have available. But I think my point here is that, if that was the case, and that is the case for the modeling that was included, there are different year types, and so that's why we presented the results by wetter, or the different hydrological year types: wet years above normal, below normal, dry, critical, so that you can illustrate. So if you have an interest in, say, drier years, critically dry years, then you can look at what the different relative impacts are of the project in those types of years. And so I'm kind of circling back to that in the latter portion of paragraph 52 by just noting that the diversion criteria are adjusting based on the amount of, for example, inflow coming into the delta.
And again, to circle back to the rebuttal of Dr. Swanson's critique that the DWR's assumptions are based on a wetter climate model, wouldn't using a climate model that assumes flows will be higher than they actually will be tend to underestimate the adverse climate effects?
Underestimate the adverse climate effects.
If you're assuming a wet climate future.
Dr. Swanson was speaking to underestimating environmental impacts of the DCP, not of climate. So that's my focus, underestimating the effects of DCP.
Well, given that I think you generally agreed, and I don't want to misstate your testimony, I think you generally agreed that during times of lower precipitation, runoff, and flows, conditions are relatively poorer for fish and ecosystems. During those types of conditions, does the DCP face additional water management constraints?
I do think that misstates testimony. Also, would we be able to define the flow amount that Mr. Flanders is speaking of? This is all rather vague. And it seems like the time of year would also be relevant if we're looking at biological impacts.
Well, that might be.
Please.
I think I can conclude shortly. I don't think we need to get into specific water year types because neither expert has testified about those at this for what we're talking about here.
Will you repeat the question for me, please?
My question is, hypothetically, wouldn't using a climate model that assumes flows will be higher than they likely are tend to underestimate the adverse climate effects for things for DCP, such as water management constraints?
So it does, I do think, Mr. Flanders, there are higher, I think we need some more detail about higher from I am no modeler, but do you mean average, maximum? What are we talking about?
Well, I would need to reintroduce Dr. Swanson's testimony, and I think I hesitate to go there. I think the witness has generally agreed that with wetter climate models, you're going to get better DCP performance, and during drier years you're going to have worse effects for and more constraints for fish and ecosystems. And so
Are you
given all that,
are you getting to a question, Mr. Flanders, for the
yeah,
witness?
given all that, I mean, how can you reconcile the overperformance in wet years and the additional constraints in dry years with your statement here that it's unclear why assumptions of different hydrological conditions would matter?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to overperformance. Also outside the scope, because this witness in the testimony we're looking at is talking about DCP impacts, not climate change impacts, and we seem to be confusing the two.
I think so, Mr. Flanders, you're referring to Dr. Greenwood's statement on lines 6 and 7 here. It is unclear why assumptions of different hydrological conditions would underestimate the environmental impacts of the DCP.
That's right.
And what is your question to Dr. Greenwood about that statement?
Thank you. My question is, wouldn't using a climate model that assumes flows will be higher than they likely are tend to underestimate adverse environmental conditions on fish and ecosystems from the DCP?
I don't think so, because for the reason I state there in lines 6 to 10, if there's less flow, for example, coming in, then there'll be more restrictions on DCP diversions. So therefore, less potential for negative effects. It's not a fixed, my point is it's not diversions are not fixed at a constant rate. They're adjusting for the prevailing flows.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Flanders.
Thank you.
With that, I believe Mr. Spain is next on my list in front of me. Yes, there we are. If we can please elevate Mr. Spain. Good morning, Mr. Spain. You are welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. And if you have questions for this panel, please.
I do. Thank you, Dr. Greenwood, for your patience. I trust you got a good night's sleep last night. I'll try to be brief, and you'll be glad to hear I'm not going to go into all the kind of detail that my colleagues have done. I want to stick to some basics here. In your assessment, pages 46 and 47 of Mr. Bradshaw's testimony, you indicated that he misunderstands the DCP impacts because basically the spawning and rearing areas are considerably hydrologically above the DCP intake. Is that correct?
I think I was focusing largely on the geographic scope of the potential impacts. So broadly speaking, correct.
Yeah. But when they, assuming that most of the spawning areas for salmonids, and I'll stick just to salmonids for our purposes, assuming that most of the spawning areas for salmonids are hydrologically above the delta conveyance intakes, aren't these fish highly migratory? By that I mean that when the juveniles hatch from their eggs, they, after a short period of time, start moving down, migrating down toward the ocean. Is that correct?
I think I'm not sure what you're meaning by a short amount of time. I think the amount of time can vary depending on things like hydrological conditions, perhaps the different the different races of Chinook salmon, for example. Some of them have different characteristics, may rear in river for longer periods than others, depending on the life history strategy.
Yes, and I appreciate your careful answer because it does vary by conditions. But in general, their life cycle is to migrate down to the ocean, correct?
In general.
And in that process, they would be going by the Delta Conveyance Project intakes, correct? They're on the way to the ocean.
Depending on where they're originating from, some of them will be going past the Delta Conveyance Project
Fair enough.
intakes.
If they're from the upper Sacramento, for instance, they would be going past the intakes, correct?
Many of them will be. Some of them may be taking alternate pathways, for example, via the yawl bypass.
Yes. But in general, once they get below the intakes, those juvenile salmon would be impacted by whatever changes the Delta Conveyance Project makes in the system, correct?
They have the potential to be.
Okay. And it's not, we'll ignore the range of magnitude, that's all in debate, but in general, when they're in the area below the intakes, they would be subject to whatever impacts the Delta Conveyance Project has on the Delta, correct?
They have the potential to be affected.
So at least on that part of their life cycle, there is always the potential for some impact on them as they migrate below the intakes, correct?
I would say, I wouldn't say necessarily always. I mean, there's some potential if there's diversions occurring, for example.
Okay, assuming diversions are occurring, the impact of those diversions would potentially affect salmonids at or below the intake, correct?
Potentially.
And likewise, when 3 years later they come back as spawning adults, don't they have to go through that same gamut of impacts?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to location and potential impacts.
Starting from the estuary, moving up to the spawning and rearing area, the spawning areas that are above the DCP intakes, wouldn't they have also to face whatever impacts there might be from the DCP while they're migrating through?
They would be passing through the delta, and if DCP was operating, DCP could be changing conditions within the delta. I think based on the information I'm aware of, I would say there's more potential for effects to the juvenile life stage rather than adult life stage.
Generally, the juvenile life stage is more sensitive to environmental conditions, in other words. Is that correct?
Things like evidence for flow survival effects, for example. I'm aware of that for the juvenile life stage, whereas for adults, I'm not really aware of potential effects like that. I don't know, Mr. Kurth, if you have any additional perspective.
I apologize. I don't know why I'm not on camera. I'm not a vampire.
We can hear you, though.
Okay. I was kind of paying attention to the camera element I'm dealing with. Can you repeat what the question was? I'm sorry.
I'm actually not too sure what the question is at this
Okay.
point. I can skip it for this point, but I think we've made the point here. Turning to the ITP, there was considerable discussion in the earlier testimony about the ITP. By that you mean the DCP, California Endangered Species Act, incidental take permit issued by the State of California Department of Water Resources, correct? When you're talking about the ITP in your testimony throughout.
That's correct.
Now, the ITP contains a number of mitigation measures, which you cite as mitigating a lot of the difficulties or impacts on salmonids that would be anticipated, correct?
I think it has some conditions of approval that are referring to mitigation. It has other conditions of approval that are referring to minimization measures. So I'm not sure if you're meaning mitigation broadly as covering all of those different things, or if you're focusing specifically on the things that are called out as actual mitigation.
We could focus on them broadly. Studies are useful in providing mitigation measure data for various purposes. So the incidental take permits basically has a number of mitigation measures designed for its covered species, correct?
It does. The focus is on those
In the broad sense of mitigation.
covered species, correct?
Covered. And the covered species include the spring run Chinook and the winter run Chinook, correct?
The covered salmonid species are winter run Chinook salmon, spring run Chinook salmon.
Right, in addition to other species. But for the salmonids, those two are CISA listed, correct?
That's correct.
The fall run Chinook, however, is not a covered species, is it, under the ITP?
That's not a covered species under the ITP, but it is a species that we have addressed in our analyses.
Yes, but the mitigation measures were designed for covered species in the ITP, correct?
They are focused on minimizing and fully mitigating impacts to CISA-listed species.
But they wouldn't necessarily apply to non-covered species like the fall run Chinook, correct?
The ITP itself is not applying those from the perspective of fall run, given that it's not a CISA listed species, but the elements of the types of mitigation discussed in the ITP are consistent with the mitigation that was proposed for Fall Run under the DWR's final EIR for the DCP. So there is some overlap in spite of the ITP obviously not addressing Fall Run, given that it's not a listed species under CISA.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. And I will look to the room. Are there other questions for Dr. Greenwood? And I will have a few, but is there anyone else who would like to ask questions of Dr. Greenwood? All right, then I have just a few. Thank you, Dr. Greenwood. I think these will be just for you, as has been the case. I wanted, Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up 807R? I think this will be the most effective way. First, I just wanted to, I think this may be an error, so I just wanted to bring this to your attention and make sure we're on the same page. Can we go to page 11, please? And scroll down to the first couple. Thank you. Perfect. I know we noticed, the hearing team generally noticed in reviewing your revised testimony that there are references to BK1, and you can see one here. There are a number of others, but you can see one here on line 13. Was it your intent to reference BK100? And I'll represent to you BK100 was Dr. Rosenfield's testimony. And BK1 is something to do with calcium 3. Does that?
It was my intent, yes.
Okay. So I'll bring that to your attention and possibly your attorneys that there are a number of references to BK1, which I think should be BK100, and that it would be helpful to have a red line to clarify those citations for the record.
We will submit a new red line. Thank you for
great.
drawing that to our attention.
Yes, we just happened to notice it, so I thought I would bring it up. And then more substantively, let me look at my notes here. Ms. Mullen, can we go to page 43, please? I don't know that we need to go here. Actually, my question is going to be about life cycle models. I don't know that we need the testimony, but I'm interested more generally, Dr. Greenwood, is the development of the life cycle models that you reference here required under a DCP related approval, or is that something that's being developed, to your knowledge, related to some other process that DWR is engaged in?
So in some cases, the life cycle models are already in existence, like with the winter run Chinook salmon life cycle model that we applied. So the effort there would be more, I think, in terms of revisiting the model, updating the model, allowing the model to capture, DCP related effects more fully than perhaps is currently possible. Other life cycle models that I mentioned are, and Mr. Schreier, I think maybe you can help as needed on this, but for example, the longfin smelt life cycle model, that's something that's in development as part of a different effort that I'm aware of. Likewise with the white sturgeon life cycle model in development as part of a different effort. I believe I think my recollection is that the DCP ITP it may give a little more in terms of saying things like the in development, as part of the whatever effort it might be, state water project long-term operations, for example, ITP process. I don't know, Mr. Schreier, if you have any more detail that might be useful.
Yeah, well, speaking specifically on life cycle.
I'm sorry, Mr. Schreier, we can't hear you because of the overlapping audio. Dr. Greenwood, I'm sorry, can you unmute? Thank you, Mr. Schreier.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, with respect, at least specifically to the longfin smelt life cycle model, it is being developed to address multiple needs, DCP included among them. So that has been specifically incorporated into the activities of the model design team. The initiation of that life cycle modeling process was for compliance with a requirement of our LTO ITP, the 2020 ITP.
All right. Thank you. So, and this is for any of you to whomever this may be most appropriate. Once those life cycle models are developed, generally speaking, how would those be used to, well, let's go to a specific piece of testimony. Can we go to page 12 of the testimony, please, Ms. Mullen? And then I'm looking at line 6. So line 6 says larval and ongoing. Larval entrainment mortality would be another factor that would be addressed with the white sturgeon life cycle model. What do you mean by that, Dr. Greenwood? How would it be addressed using the model?
So and this, this is just talking about one potential factor that, is something that should be part of the life cycle modeling effort as far as potential effects from DCP. But basically, it would be conducting an effects analysis of scenarios with and without DCP, and looking for evidence. And I think I don't mention it necessarily specifically in this sentence here, but I think I mention it elsewhere. The ITP has specific biological criteria for different species to be met. And so the life cycle model efforts will allow proposed operational criteria to be examined in that regard to see if there's evidence of or confirming that those biological criteria would actually be met based on the modeling to be done.
So with the life cycle model, once that is developed for example, in this case for white sturgeon, you would use that model to assess whether the proposed operations would meet the biological criteria in the ITP, and if not, consider how to revise the operational criteria. Do I understand that correctly?
Broadly speaking, yes.
Okay. And has this been done in your experience? Have you seen this done, or others on the panel done before, where a life cycle model is used to revise and update operational criteria? Can you give an example?
I can address that, Dr. Greenwood, if you want.
Sure.
For the Delta Smelt life cycle model, we have several instances where our OMR management actions in the 2020 ITP and the 2024 ITP for South Delta operations directly come from published papers relaying analyses conducted through the use of the Delta Smelt life cycle model, and that did result in changes to triggers and certain OMR response measures.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you. And then I had a question. The last question I have is about fish screens. If we can please go to page 50 of the testimony, Ms. Mullen. And I'm looking for the section on the Glen Calusa. Are we on the right page here? No, I'm sorry, 50, not 15. There is no, okay, this must be a miscitation. Oh, paragraph 50, excuse me. Going to paragraph 50. And I'm sorry, I do not have a page number.
It's page 42.
Thank you. And
sorry, it actually starts on 41, my bad.
Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts here. Let's see. So I'm looking for the sentence, and I'm not seeing it here. The sentence that says higher survival through the channel containing the fish screen than survival in the adjacent Sacramento River main stem.
I think that would be slightly down, maybe
a little bit,
overlapping
yeah.
on the next page.
Thank you.
And that was something that I had mentioned as being an update there, as you see in the red line.
Yes, thank you. And the question here, I was trying to understand how the different, I mean, my understanding is that the Glen Calusa diversion with the separate channel, if you will, my understanding is that would be different than the circumstances at the proposed location of the North Delta intakes, because there would not be a separate channel in the river at the North Delta intakes. Is that accurate?
The Glen Calusa it's a side channel basically off the Sacramento River. Yeah, the context I was really just trying to provide here was that Dr. Swanson had cited Glen Calusa as an example of a fish screen with bypasses, given that the DCP doesn't have a design that has bypasses included, but the survival along the Glen Calusa fish screen without functioning bypasses was similar to the survival along the same channel without the fish screen. So it was, that it's not like there was a, relatively low survival along the portion of the channel that had a fish screen. It was similar to the survival elsewhere in that channel off the Sacramento River. And then I also, going on lines 2 to 5 there, I talk about a more recent study. Again, going past the Glen Calusa fish screen without functioning bypasses, where the survival was relatively high compared to the main stem Sacramento River. So it was really, the point was just to show that fish passing a long fish screen without bypasses had relatively high survival. In the case of the more recent study, all of the fish actually survived.
Okay, thank you. Those are the questions I had. Thank you, Dr. Greenwood, for going through those with me. And then I will look to, I believe, Ms. Carroll, is that correct? Do you have redirect for this panel?
I think we have very limited redirect that Ms. Morris will do.
Ms. Morris, please.
Thank you. If we could please, Mr. Wooldridge, could you please pull up page 44 of
I think we have Ms.
807R?
We have
Oh,
Ms.
was
Muller
it?
today? Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was hearing different voices this morning.
Sometimes we have Mr. Wooldridge, but we have
it was real voices. They weren't just in my head, to be clear. Okay. Dr. Greenwood, do you recall having a discussion with Mr. Flanders regarding climate change?
I do.
And in table 1 of your rebuttal testimony, did you consider Chinook salmon through Delta survival, looking at different water year types?
I did. These are the results from the ecological particle tracking modeling that I provided as an example of the results from the ITP application, which are in the columns to the left, and then further results provided to CDFW as part of the ITP application, reflecting the adjusted hydrology. This is one example of additional results that were provided to CDFW that I mentioned in my testimony.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. And I will look to Mr. Flanders. Do you have any follow-up based on that limited redirect? Or anyone else? All right, then with that, I want to thank you, Dr. Greenwood, and the other panelists. Thank you so much for your testimony and for spending your time with us, and you are excused.
Thank you.
And with that, I think I'll look to Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris. Does it make sense for us to take a brief break and you can convene your next panel? We can take 10 minutes.
That would be much appreciated and hopefully no technical issues. So knock on wood.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and break until 10:25. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, hearing officer.
Thank you. And then I will look to the DWR team. Are you ready for us to elevate?
I am as ready as the technology will let me be.
Yes, fair enough. Let me see. I will look to my list here. It looks like we have Rachel Gardner and Leslie Hamamoto. Am I on the correct panel here?
Yes, that's correct.
And if the witnesses can please raise your Zoom hand, that would be helpful. And then I'll ask the hearing team to bring our witnesses into the room. Thank you and welcome. Ms. Gardner and Ms. Hamamoto, you're welcome to come on camera and let's go ahead and test your microphone. It's still morning. Good morning. I cannot hear you. Oh, you are on mute. That might be why. There we go. Let's try again.
Good morning.
Good morning. I can hear you. And Ms. Gardner, good morning.
Good morning.
Excellent. I will start by administering the oath and then I will turn things over. Ms. Hamamoto, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And Ms. Gardner, if you would, come off mute and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And with that, I believe looks like to you, Ms. Carroll.
It is. Thank you very much. Welcome, Ms. Hamamoto and Ms. Gardner. Thank you for joining us this morning. So, Ms. Hamamoto, I will start with you. Is DWR 934 a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
And is DWR 933 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this hearing?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Hamamoto, did you assist in preparing DWR 931, the rebuttal testimony of Rachel Gardner as it pertains to the crotch bumblebee?
I did.
Thank you. And Ms. Gardner, have you previously testified in this hearing?
Yes.
And is DWR 902 a true and correct copy of your CV that was previously submitted?
Yes.
And do you have any updates to that exhibit?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Is DWR 931 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any corrections to that testimony at this time?
No, I don't.
And are DWR 935 through 944 and DWR 719 true and correct copies of exhibits you referred to or relied upon to support your rebuttal testimony?
I'm just checking.
No worries, and let me know if you need me to repeat that.
Let me just pull this up and I will double check with your numbers. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, I'll say it again. Our DWR 935 through 944 and DWR 719 true and correct copies of exhibits you referred to or relied upon to support your rebuttal testimony?
Ms. Gardner, if you're speaking, I don't think we can hear you.
I'm sorry. I
There you are.
am mouthing numbers to myself. I'm so sorry.
That's
I'm
okay.
just checking 719. Yes. Thank you for your patience.
No worries. Thank you. Did you also refer to or rely on AHO-1107 and 1109 to support your rebuttal testimony?
AHO 1109 and AHO. Could you repeat the other one, please?
Sure, 1107.
Yes, that's correct.
Great. And is DWR 932 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint that summarizes your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have any corrections to that PowerPoint at this time?
No, I don't.
Okay, and with that, Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up DWR 932, and Ms. Gardner, when you're ready, please summarize your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie and members of the board. My name is Rachel Gardner, and I am a wildlife biologist with ICF. I appeared previously in this hearing, and I also previously summarized and submitted my qualifications as part of this proceeding. Next slide, please. My testimony today is based on the review of protestants' testimony specific to terrestrial biological resources and provides rebuttal on the following topics: the adequacy of the impact analysis and mitigation for crotch bumblebee, the use of species habitat models to quantify impacts and mitigation, the mischaracterization of wildlife movement and citation of wildlife corridor analysis data sources, the analysis of overhead lines as it relates to sandhill crane, the applicability of wildlife fatality rates from other studies to Delta Conveyance project, and the location of the Twin Cities complex and sandhill crane conservation opportunities. First, I will address the adequacy of the impact analysis and mitigation for crotch bumblebee. Next slide, please. In the following slides, I provide rebuttal of Sacramento area sewer districts and specifically Dr. Marty's critique of the Delta Conveyance project crotch bumblebee analysis. I demonstrate that the Delta Conveyance project's habitat modeling is accurate and sufficient to quantify the extent of the project's potential impacts on the species. I demonstrate that the Department of Water Resources' proposed mitigation adequately addresses and compensates for the project's impacts on crotch bumblebee. Next slide, please. The figure on the left is taken from Dr. Marty's testimony, and it shows 3 occurrences that were reported after the publication of the final EIR. Dr. Marty highlighted 2 of these occurrences, stating that they were not captured by the Delta Conveyance project crotch bumblebee habitat model, and she used this to support her assertion that the DCP model was insufficient. Dr. Marty's testimony includes a polygon shown in pink titled Modeled Habitat with a citation FEIR dated 2023. The figure on the right shows the DCP habitat model in orange that the Department of Water Resources used to analyze impacts on crotch bumblebee habitat. Although Dr. Marty uses the FEIR 2023 citation as a source on her map, you can see that the modeled habitat in Dr. Marty's figure does not align with DWR's habitat model from the final EIR. And furthermore, it omits polygons that were included in the final EIR habitat model. Examples of these excluded polygons are noted in the yellow circles on the right-hand side map and include the sliver of modeled habitat along the western edge of Franklin Field and roadsides along Franklin Boulevard. With respect to Dr. Marty's assertion that the habitat model for DCP does not adequately capture the recent post-final EIR publication occurrences, the occurrence just south of the Twin Cities complex footprint clearly overlaps with DCP modeled habitat on the right-hand figure in orange. Modeled habitat does not extend into the majority of Franklin Fields or the location of the occurrence there, because it is outside of the DCP study area boundary. However, you can see that the portion of the Franklin fields that is within the study area, within the smaller yellow circle, was included in the model, indicating that had the study area extended to the location of the occurrence, it likely would have been captured by the model. Next slide, please. On redirect, Dr. Marty was asked why the modeling in the final EIR was different than the modeling in the ITP. As you can see in this slide, the final EIR modeled habitat is depicted on the left, and the ITP modeled habitat is depicted on the right. And the modeled habitat in each map is identical. Next slide, please. Dr. Marty also referenced a CNDDB occurrence in her testimony that was not captured in the DCP habitat model. This slide shows the bug guide image included in the CNDDB occurrence data on the right. The photograph shows the bumblebee on a species of salvia that is not native to this part of California, located in a planted garden at the Cosumnes River Preserve Visitors Center, which is not included in the habitat model. Appendix 13B of the final EIR acknowledges the limitations of the habitat models, and the ITP application specifically states that there are areas where flower resources may occur that the underlying land cover data does not capture, such as urban parks and gardens. However, overall, the model is conservative because much of the modeled habitat is likely unsuitable due to incompatible land management practices and the lack of key habitat features such as suitable nesting or floral resources. Next slide, please. Mitigation measure Bio 21 accounts for limitations of the habitat model by conducting habitat assessments and focus surveys for foraging individuals and nests, and implementing avoidance and minimization measures in all areas crotch bumblebee may occur within the project footprint, not only within areas that were previously modeled. Next slide, please. It is my opinion that the Department of Water Resources has conducted a robust analysis of potential Delta Conveyance project impacts on crotch bumblebee and has committed to sufficient avoidance, minimization, and mitigation to offset those impacts. I will now address Dr. Smallwood's criticisms of the use of habitat models to quantify Delta Conveyance project impacts and mitigation. Next slide, please. In Dr. Smallwood's testimony, he incorrectly states that the final EIR habitat models are based on California wildlife habitat relationship ratings, and based on that assertion, states that the habitat models portray habitat at an unrealistically fine scale, particularly for birds. This is incorrect. As described in Appendix 13B of the final EIR, the species habitat models were developed primarily using GIS-based land cover data, not California wildlife habitat relationship ratings. It is also described in Appendix 13B that by design, this modeling approach is conservative and tends to overestimate suitable habitat in the absence of site-specific data, such as vegetation structure, hydrology, and other habitat characteristics that would provide more certainty with respect to the potential for occupancy by a species. Furthermore, agricultural habitat in the Delta is continuing to be converted to vineyards and orchards that provide little value for many wildlife species. This is supported by Dr. Ivy's analysis that he presented in his testimony, which shows a 12% decline in compatible crane foraging habitat between 2008 and 2024. Because approximately 80% of the project impacts occur on agricultural lands, this ongoing conversion further supports that the final EIR habitat models likely overestimate suitable habitat and species habitat impacts. Dr. Smallwood also states in his written testimony that instead of using habitat models, the analysis in the final EIR should rely on field surveys to inform which species truly occur on the project area and to what extent each occurs. While Dr. Smallwood suggests relying on field surveys, he also correctly acknowledges in his testimony that species occupancy naturally shifts over time and large areas of suitable habitat may be vacant at any given moment. If DWR had used Dr. Smallwood's suggested approach and based their impact analysis and mitigation on field surveys and occurrence data, which is incomplete for most species in the study area, many acres of habitat that could be potentially occupied would not have been analyzed, and therefore those acres of potentially suitable habitat would also not be mitigated. The final EIR assumes all modeled habitat is potentially occupied, which results in a more protective assessment of impacts and mitigation needs. For these reasons, basing impact analysis and mitigation on modeled habitat acreage is appropriate, conservative, and scientifically justified. Next, I will address Dr. Smallwood's mischaracterization of wildlife movement and the citation of data sources for the wildlife corridor analysis. Next slide, please. First, I would like to address Dr. Smallwood's assertion that the natural pathway of wildlife moving into this region is right through the Twin Cities complex. Although the exact path of the single arrow that Dr. Smallwood drew over the two wildlife connectivity data sets in his testimony is unclear due to the scale of the figures, the arrow appears to be located south of the Twin Cities complex in both figures, not directly through it, as Dr. Smallwood states. Next slide, please. Rather than a single path of movement, there are many possible movement pathways that wildlife species could use, considering existing crossings such as overpasses and underpasses across I-5, and the locations of riparian corridors in the region. Examples of some of these movement pathways are shown in the photographs in this slide. On the top left is the undercrossing at Lambert Road, north of the Twin Cities complex. On the top right, the overpass along Dearson Road that crosses over I-5, just west of the Twin Cities complex. And the two photographs on the bottom show the large underpass along the riparian corridor north of the Cosumnes River. On the next two slides, I present a more accurate depiction of potential wildlife movement pathways in this region. Next slide, please. The figure on the left shows multiple potential movement pathways overlaid on CDFW's Areas of Conservation Emphasis Connectivity dataset, the same dataset that Dr. Smallwood presented in Figure 7 of his testimony shown on the right. The figure on the left takes into consideration the underpasses and overpass I described on the previous slide and the riparian land cover. I would argue that the most likely path of movement for most wildlife to travel from the Sacramento River is southward along the riparian corridors, west of I-5 to the large underpass that wildlife can utilize north of the Cosumnes River. However, this is just one of many pathways available. Next slide, please. This slide again shows Dr. Smallwood's figure from his testimony on the right with the single path of wildlife movement, and on the left again is a figure with examples of multiple potential pathways in the region. Both Dr. Smallwood's figure and this figure are overlaid on the UC Davis Core Reserves and Corridors dataset. Finally, with respect to wildlife movement, I would like to address Dr. Smallwood's statement in his testimony that the final EIR does not cite the sources of the wildlife connectivity maps or adequately describe the datasets used to analyze impacts on wildlife movement. In fact, these studies and datasets are listed and described in detail in section 13.1.6, Wildlife and Habitat Connectivity of the Environmental Setting of Chapter 13. These include landscape and habitat blocks, corridors, linkages, and riparian corridors that have been documented in the study area. I will now move to address Mr. Worth's testimony regarding the area of analysis for sandhill cranes and existing overhead lines. Next slide, please. During cross-examination, Mr. Worth made the statement, given the way the analysis was done, they don't really know if there's a big threat with other existing lines because they've looked in just that 3-mile area. However, as I described in my previous written testimony, DWR conservatively assumes that all construction-related noise greater than 50 decibels could disturb sandhill cranes. Sandhill crane habitat considered to be potentially affected by construction-related noise would not be limited to previously identified roost sites or a 3-mile buffer around those roost sites. All roosting and foraging habitat with the potential to be affected in any given year would be identified through annual surveys conducted by a qualified biologist. Although the response of sandhill cranes to construction-related noise over 50 decibels is uncertain, disturbance could include flushing from roost sites or foraging habitat and reduced foraging opportunities due to increased vigilance. DWR addresses potential construction-related disturbance of sandhill cranes, including the threat of flushing and collision with existing lines, by implementing seasonal and time-of-day restrictions described in my previous testimony, and by providing alternate high-value roosting and foraging habitat outside of areas where construction-related noise over 50 decibels may occur. On the next two slides, I provide rebuttal of Dr. Smallwood's use of fatality rates from studies that are not representative of the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. Dr. Smallwood references his study on utility-scale solar to support his opinion regarding potential fatalities from power lines, specifically gen-tie lines. However, these studies are not representative of the Delta Conveyance project or the Delta itself. Birds would be expected to perceive these large utility-scale projects located in Southern California very differently in comparison with DCP project features. Dr. Smallwood reports the fatalities that occurred at these utility-scale solar projects and states, despite the gen-ties at the solar projects having purportedly been built to APLIC standards consistent with the final EIR's mitigation requirement. However, Dr. Smallwood does not provide evidence to support his statement that the gen-tie lines he analyzed are in fact consistent with the final EIR's mitigation. As I previously stated in my testimony, the final EIR's mitigation requires that all overhead project lines be marked with bird diverters and that the bird diverters must be visible under all conditions. Dr. Smallwood does not disclose if the gen-tie lines from the utility-scale solar projects were marked with bird diverters, and if so, if the diverters were a design that is considered visible under all conditions. Next slide, please. Dr. Smallwood also states in his testimony that it would be reasonable to expect that wildlife mortality on public roads used for DCP construction traffic would be similar to the mortality that was estimated on Vasco Road. However, as you can see, this portion of Vasco Road, located outside of the DCP study area, is not representative of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, where the roads associated with the project occur. The inset map to the right shows the location of the 1.2-mile portion of Vasco Road from the study that Dr. Smallwood references. These photographs are from Google Earth and show that this portion of Vasco Road is bordered with steep hills with grasslands. This landscape by its nature tends to channel wildlife movement, and where intersected by roads can result in a higher concentration of wildlife present at risk of entering the roadway. Rather than relying on data from studies outside of the DCP study area, site-specific baseline data on roadkill and wildlife movement will be collected through implementation of Mitigation Measure Bio 53 and as a component of the Habitat Connectivity Adaptive Management Plan. Finally, I would like to address the protestants' statements regarding the location of the Twin Cities complex and sandhill crane conservation opportunities. Next slide, please. Protestants asserted that the Delta Conveyance project would foreclose the opportunity to pursue sandhill crane foraging habitat creation at the Twin Cities complex, thereby reducing anticipated conservation benefits associated with that location. The Harvest Water Eco Plan proposes to have no less than 2,500 acres and an average of approximately 3,500 acres managed for sandhill cranes per year. However, the Twin Cities complex area represents a relatively small portion of the overall landscape available to be managed for cranes in the Harvest Water Ecoplan area. This is supported by the acreages of compatible land cover types that Dr. Worth provided in his testimony. The map on the left shows the final EIR modeled foraging habitat for greater sandhill crane in green, expanded to outside of the DCP study area, which shows that there are approximately 39,000 acres of suitable habitat for sandhill crane in the ecoplan area, and approximately 16,980 acres of which are within the recycled water delivery area. These acreages of crane-compatible land cover indicate that opportunities for the Harvest Water Ecoplan to achieve its conservation benefits and performance objectives for sandhill crane are not limited to the location of the proposed Twin Cities complex. It should also be noted that existing conditions at the location of the proposed Twin Cities complex site include regular aviation activity at Franklin Field Airport and the overhead unmarked power lines along Franklin Boulevard. This concludes my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. And Ms. Carroll, are we planning to hear from Ms. Hamamoto? Or is her testimony supporting?
Ms. Hamamoto is here to support Ms. Gardner in any of the questions that may come up in cross.
Understood. Thank you. I see we have Ms. Moscal with a hand raised. Can we please elevate Ms. Moscal? Good morning, Ms. Moscal.
Good morning, everyone. Ellen Moskal for Sacramento County Water Agency, Sacramento Area Sewer District, the City of Stockton, and Byron Bethany Irrigation District.
Thank you. And do you happen to know after you whether there are others with questions?
I believe Ms. Meserve is going to ask several questions. As far as I know, we are the only two.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. A helpful forecast. And with that, if you have questions, please proceed.
I do. Okay, well, thank you both of you for being here today. I'm actually going to start with a few questions for Ms. Hamamoto. So, Mr. Woolridge, if you could please pull up Exhibit DWR 933.
It's actually we have Ms. Mullen today.
Oh, I thought I heard it get corrected to Woolridge earlier. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Mullen.
No, I think it's more Mr. Woolridge has, sudden panic of being put on the spot.
What am I supposed to do? Okay, great. All right. And if we could scroll down to lines 20 to 21, please. Okay. So here, Ms. Hamamoto, you state that over the last several years, your terrestrial species focus has come to include bumblebees. Could you give me a little more specificity on what you mean by the last several years?
I would say that from a personal perspective, I've always been interested in pollinator interactions. However, in the last several years, maybe beginning in 2020, 2021, I did start independently joining citizen science projects or community science projects related to bumblebees and reviewing pollinator literature that's been put out, things like that.
So you said independently joining. So that was not as part of your job for DWR?
Initially, no. But I have been allowed by my department to attend formal trainings, such as the ones that the one led by the Wildlife Society. That one was funded by my work position.
Okay. When roughly would you say you started doing work related to bumblebees as part of your job for DWR?
I would say around the time that crotch bumblebee and other bumblebee species became candidates for listing under the California Endangered Species Act.
Okay, great. Related question, has your focus been on the crotch bumblebee specifically?
I would say yes, because that is the one that is local to the area that I have primarily worked in.
Okay. So a little further down on lines 21 to 22, you reference that you have attended several in-person trainings and webinars. Were any of those specific to the crotch bumblebee?
They were not focused exclusively on crotch bumblebee.
Okay. And then if we could scroll down just a little bit, please, so we can see the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2. I think that just the top of page 2 would work if that's going to be easier. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. So here you describe about 20 surveys that you have conducted or participated in as part of the community science project. In what regions were those surveys conducted?
That would include several in the Sacramento area, ones that were located south of Tahoe in the Carson Pass area, and along the coast near Point Reyes.
Thank you. Now, if we could scroll down a little further, lines 5 through 9 on page 2, please. So here you describe your involvement in several areas related to the DCP, the EIR, the ITP application, etc. To what extent did that involvement relate to the crotch bumblebee?
I participated in discussions related to our analysis in the CEQA document, as well as when we decided to include crotch bumblebee in the ITP application, once the sort of the candidacy situation was worked out after being stayed and returned to being valid.
And can I ask, in your capacity working for DWR related to pollinators, did you work with or consult any other biologists who specialize in the crotch bumblebees?
Not formally, no.
Great. Okay, well, thank you so much for answering my questions. I will now turn to Ms. Gardner's testimony, although I wouldn't be surprised if Ms. Yamamoto ends up chiming in a few of the responses. So Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up Exhibit DWR 931? All right, thank you. And we can scroll to page 4, lines 10 through 11. Great. So Ms. Gardner, here you state that the crotch bumblebee occurs in low numbers throughout the project area. How would you define low numbers as you use it here?
I think I would defer to Ms. Hamamoto to answer the crotch bumblebee questions as she's here.
Would you like me to repeat the question, Ms. Yamamoto?
Sure, please.
So it states on, now I need to orient myself again, lines 10 through 11, that the crotch bumblebee occurs in low numbers throughout the project area. I'm hoping you could give me a little more detail on how you would define low numbers as it's used here.
That was based on, at the time of, I believe, the EIR, that we were producing the EIR, I believe there were single digits of documented occurrences of the species within the study area that we evaluated.
Thank you. I think we can go now to lines 14 through 16, if we could scroll down just a little bit further. So here you refer to the model's limitation in identifying small areas of suitable habitat within more coarsely mapped land cover types, such as agricultural, developed, or riparian. Can you confirm whether riparian areas were included in the model as suitable habitat for crotch bumblebees?
Should I answer this one?
Whoever knows the answer.
Okay. Riparian habitat was not included in the model.
Can you explain why?
We selected the habitat types that we felt were the most probable for occurrences based on the literature that is available.
Are there citations to the literature that supported that decision in the FEIR? Do you know?
I do not recall offhand.
That's fair. Okay, so we can go down now to page 5, lines 1 through 2, please. Perfect. So I have a few questions about, maybe we should scroll up a little bit actually so we can see the context before this statement. Thank you. I have a few questions about mitigation measure bio 21. Am I correct in understanding that you're familiar with it from your work on the FEIR?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So on lines 1 through 2, you state that additional assessments will take place during planning for work in a given area. Will those assessments take place in any area in which DCP work will take place?
Any areas that are determined based on this assessment. Obviously there will be some evaluation for habitats that are paved that would not necessarily be included. But yes, we will be conducting a habitat assessment to determine all areas that may be suitable within the project footprint.
So it sounds like, I think we need to bring up the exhibit. I was hoping to avoid it, but I'm going to get a little more granular, I think. Ms. Mullen, if you could please bring up AHO 1107 and go to page 171. Thank you. and we actually have everything we need on the screen here. So my understanding of this is that it says if suitable habitat for crotch bumblebee is defined in the appendix and by additional assessments conducted during planning for work in a given area is identified. So my understanding is that first you have the suitable habitat as defined in that appendix, and then there will also be additional assessments conducted. Will those additional assessments be conducted everywhere that the DCP is going to take place, or will they be conducted only for some narrower category of locations?
Vague and ambiguous as to where the DCP is going to take place.
What are you
I
referring to?
will defer to however it is defined in this sentence. Additional assessments conducted during the planning for work in a given area. Does that help?
My understanding is that it would be conducted within areas of ground disturbance. So we would potentially exclude conducting surveys in areas where we do not have ground disturbance, such as the length of the tunnel that is conducted completely underground.
Okay. I think we can move back to Ms. Gardner's testimony now, please. So if we could go to page 11, lines 22 to 23. Thank you. And we are moving to cranes now. So Ms. Yamamoto, thank you again. And I think that these questions will be for Ms. Gardner. So on lines 22 to 23, you refer to the Twin Cities area. Could you define for me what you are referring to there?
I'm referring to the permanent and temporary footprint associated with the proposed Twin Cities complex for the project.
Thank you. We have a couple different terms to describe it, so I just want to make sure that we're fully on the same page. So if we could scroll down a little bit to page 12, lines 12 to 14. Thank you. So here, as you described in your presentation, you assert that there are approximately 39,809 acres of suitable habitat for sandhill crane in the ecoplan area, and that 16,980 of those acres are in the recycled water delivery area. So remembering that for context, Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up exhibit SASD 018? Thank you. So this is the Harvest Water Program's Proposition 1 Water Storage Investment Program contract for administration of public ecosystem benefits. Are you familiar with this document?
I have not read this document, no.
Okay. I would like to, if we could, scroll to page 6, PDF page 6. And scroll down just a little bit so we can see that full list. So this list is criteria for habitat to be eligible for inclusion in the sandhill crane benefit. Are you generally familiar with the fact that there are criteria that locations must satisfy to be eligible for sandhill crane habitat for harvest water?
I'm not familiar with the criteria, but it doesn't surprise me that there would be criteria to manage specifically for crane.
So the first criteria for a location to be eligible for inclusion in the sandhill crane benefit is that the habitat is located within the recycled water delivery area. So thinking back to your testimony and the acreages of suitable sandhill crane habitat you testified are available in the entire ecoplan area, that would not be relevant to impacts to Harvest Water's ability to provide the contracted crane habitat, correct?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted. Please, Ms. Gardner.
Based on the first point that I'm reading here, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a few more questions relating to these criteria. They shouldn't require you to be familiar with them ahead of time. But of the approximately, I'll just say just under 17,000 acres of suitable crane habitat you testify exists in the recycled water delivery area, do you know how much of that acreage contains permanent development or permanent crops?
Permanent development or permanent crops are not habitat for sandhill crane, so 0 acres.
Do you know of those same roughly 17,000 acres, how many of those acres occur on pre-existing habitat that's already formally managed for sandhill crane?
I don't know the answer to that.
Do you know how many of those acres are lands enrolled through water delivery or land management agreements with landowners to create or enhance crane habitat?
No, I don't have that information.
Do you know how many acres within those roughly 17,000 acres are maintained either as roosting habitat or foraging habitat located within 3 miles of a documented sandhill crane roosting site?
I did not calculate that.
Last one. Do you know how many of those acres are enrolled by the program, the Harvest Water program, into another benefit category?
I don't really know what that means. Are you asking if it's one of those habitat types, vernal pool, complex, wetland, or riparian habitat?
I'm asking whether you know whether those acres are already being used by the Harvest Water program to be enrolled into another benefit category under its contract.
I don't fully understand the question. I'm sorry.
I think we can move on.
Okay.
That's fine. If we could move back to your testimony, please, Ms. Mullen, on DWR 931 and go to page 11. Thank you. So on line 3 of page 11, so scroll up a little bit, please. You refer to, oh, I'm sorry, I seem to have, oh, no, sorry, line 22, go back to the bottom, and then also through page 12, line 3. Thank you. Got my references mixed up. So here you cite to Mr. Worth's testimony, ECOS 1 at page 28. Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up that exhibit? And there is a revised version, but I checked and the table that is cited is not impacted by the revisions. So we can use the original. Thank you. And go to page 28, please. Great. So table 2 shown here is the table that you cited in your testimony, correct?
That's correct.
And it describes suitable foraging habitat for the tricolored blackbird. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That concludes my cross-examination. Thank you both for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Moskal.
Mhm.
And with that, I believe we need to elevate Ms. Meserve. I'll look to the hearing team to please elevate Ms. Meserve. Good morning, Ms. Meserve. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute. It's my understanding you may have some questions for these witnesses.
Yes, thank you. Just grab my stuff and move over here. See. I first had a couple of follow-up questions that I think probably, Ocean Reserve. I'll be asking these questions for Friends of Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge. The first questions I had probably go to Ms. Hamamoto. And just in follow-up to you had mentioned that the crotch bumblebees that were located were only in the single digits earlier in response to a question. And I was wondering if you had any documentation to support that statement that could be provided.
I believe we relied upon the California Natural Diversity Database occurrences that were within the study area.
So you believe that's the basis for your statement that the crotch bumblebee numbers were in the single digits?
At the recorded occurrences, yes.
And you're aware that the Natural Diversity Database is not considered a survey for purposes of determining the number of species in a given area?
Correct.
All right. And then you also referenced surveys for the ground disturbing activities for crotch bumblebee, and would those include the locations for DWR's planned geotechnical investigations?
Yes, if they are ground disturbing, surface ground disturbing, then yes.
Okay. And then just with respect to the CNDDB records, could you provide the records that you're referencing in terms of those the records that showed the crotch bumblebee in the single digits, please? Or ask your attorney if you can. I think that would be helpful to have that record as part of this hearing.
We will look and see if it's already been provided.
Excellent, thank you. Okay. So I think the other questions likely go to Gardner. Let's see. So first of all, let's see. The testimony, I'm looking at the sandhill crane portion of your testimony. Your state on page 9, lines 11, 12, that that the DWR will avoid sandhill crane collisions from flushing via time of day restrictions and provision of alternative habitat. And then you also cite back to your original testimony from case in chief, which was DWR 900R. And this testimony references the use of haul roads being limited to 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, between 1 hour after sunrise and 1 hour before sunset when sandhill cranes are present. So now I'm going to ask the questions that are based on that information. Do you want to look at any of that, or does that sound relatively familiar?
Yes, if we could please, Ms. Mullen, pull that up from her testimony.
Do you want to go back to 900R or
Ms. Gardner, do you have a preference?
Yeah, for the witness. Yeah, what would be helpful to you before, if you would like me to go back and show you the testimony, I can.
If your questions are specific to 900R, I think it would be helpful to pull it up. Yes, please.
Okay. So 900 are it's the I'm sorry, I don't have the page number. It says for all other construction activities, it's referencing concrete pours. Maybe if you look for the term concrete pours, if you could, Ms. Mullen, I'm sorry.
I ran a search. I don't see anything with concrete. Oh, apparently my search is not functioning. Okay.
Concrete pours, yeah. The use. Yes, sorry, it's here at paragraph 33. Okay. So this is I believe, the reference back that you were citing in your current rebuttal testimony about this avoidance approach that DWR is taking with respect to Sandhill Crane.
This is a portion of it, yes.
Yeah, a part of it, sure. So my question is, did you consider disturbance from haul road activity to foraging cranes during the 5 days a week between the 1 hour after sunrise to the 1 hour before sunset when the haul road would be used?
Yes, despite, on top of the seasonal, you're speaking specifically to these 2 1-month periods, or the mitigation as a whole?
During what I will refer to as the crane season, which is the September 15th to March 15th.
Right. So are we speaking specific to these concrete pours, or just construction related disturbance in general?
For construction activities, yes.
Okay. Yes. So on top of the seasonal restrictions where feasible and the time of day restrictions, despite those, DWR is still, for any roosting and foraging habitat that's within that 50 decibel disturbance buffer, is providing alternate habitat, high value habitat. So the assumption is, even with the time of day restrictions, even with the seasonal restrictions, that other habitat will be available for the cranes.
And isn't it true, however, that the time of day restrictions in mitigation measure bio 33 are subject to the discretion of the contractor and includes the terms where feasible?
I would have to we could pull up that mitigation measure. There are construction activities that have a time of day and seasonal commitments, and there are other measures, or I'm sorry, other construction activities where it may be that they could also be conducted within a seasonal or time of day restriction, but at this time and the level of project design, that's not necessarily a firm commitment.
I'm going to go to that measure in detail in a minute, so we'll defer that. Just still continuing with this 1 hour after sunrise to 1 hour before sunset concern that I've raised. Could these construction activity disturbances lead to power line strikes and take of the species if they were to flush cranes.
Sorry, are we talking about within or without the hours? I'm unclear of the question. It seems ambiguous as to the time frame.
So between 1 hour after sunrise and 1 hour before sunset. Let's see. So the disturbance that would be after sunset and before sunrise in that 1 hour time period, for instance, that's the time period I'm talking about. And then I'm asking whether the disturbance in that time period, because it could involve the noisy trucks and construction noise, would that have the potential to flush cranes?
I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused about the after sunset and before sunrise. And which activities, because there are restrictions on activities that would not occur during that time period.
So let's keep with the use of the Hall Road adjacent to the San Luis National Wildlife Refuge Western Levee that you're discussing here in paragraph 32, and that I believe was cross-referenced in your rebuttal is why I brought it up.
Okay.
And yeah, so there's a there's some truck traffic that could occur in the hour after sunset and the hour before sunrise on this western levee, right?
On lines 8 through 12, that's work that could be conducted. The concrete pours may be conducted if, I'm sorry, let me start again. Those require 24-hour workdays. And so if they needed to occur within the September 15th through March 15th timeframe when the cranes are there, then yes, that would be 24-hour a day continuous.
So those activities would have the potential to flush cranes if they were present in that area along the San Luis National Wildlife Refuge Western Levee, right?
The Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge Levee?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I think with continuous work, if the cranes are there, I would not expect them to be bothered by the noise. And if they don't, if they don't consider that habitat suitable, that's this uncertainty with respect to the noise thresholds. And that's why the conservative threshold of 50 decibels, where that mitigation measure assumes the birds may find that unsuitable for roosting. And so that's why the alternative roosting habitat would be provided during that construction activity outside of that 50 decibel construction related noise limit.
And just to make sure I'm clear on this, the Western Levee, the road that we're discussing is a proposed new haul road that doesn't exist today that would be placed on the backside of the town of Hood across from the refuge, right? That's the haul road we're talking about.
I don't know. It's not a developed road, if that's what you mean. It's typically just agricultural equipment that I've seen along that road.
No, but I mean, it's a proposed new road that DWR is proposing to build.
I believe it's an improvement of the existing road. That's my understanding.
Could we bring up DWR 39, please, Ms. Mullen, just to clarify this point? And if you zoom in a bit on kind of well, I guess she'll want to probably look at the legend at the bottom. So the green, this Gardner shows the new asphalt road as the coating. And then if we zoom in on the northern area, then I believe you'll be able to see the road that I believe is referenced in your testimony is this. It says Hall Road, intake C to B. See that green one?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the road. I'm just not 100% sure if the agricultural traffic along there was within a existing unimproved road associated with a field or a field.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're discussing. This is a proposed new road. So, and that's
Okay.
shown here on Ms. Buchholz's exhibit here.
Can we,
So
Ms.
we'll
Meserve,
get
can we
into that.
scroll down for a second? I'm not going to cross-examine you, but can we scroll down to the, thank you, Ms. Mullen, down to the, it says new asphalt road. So there's some question, I
Okay.
have some question about what that means. Apparently the asphalt is new. I think it means that. But I just wanted to be clear for the record that the legend says new asphalt road.
Okay.
Okay.
Query what that means.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's go back to the question. So anyway, I'm going to call a new road. Let's see. So let's see. So I'm going back to your testimony, Ms. Gardner. Apologize for the detour to the map. But hopefully that's helpful. So let's see. So how would the habitat mitigation ensure that cranes shift their foraging away from the disturbance zones, such as the one along that new Hall Road that we just looked at?
I'm sorry, Ms. Meserve, are you talking about her previous direct testimony? Because I'm not seeing what's up. It looks to be rebuttal, and I'm not seeing where you're referring.
Okay. So we had started with DWR 931, page 9, 11, 12.
Is that your question? Is that what you're asking the question about?
Right.
I'm just
So
trying
I'm trying to
understand where we were. Thank you.
Yeah, thank
That's
you.
all.
I'm still on. I know that took a turn. I'm still on the same, basically the efficacy of the seasonal and time of day restrictions. Yeah.
I think I understand your question. And I believe that's what I was referring to previously, and that because 50 decibels is such a conservative buffer, conservative threshold, there may be construction activities that are 50 decibels that are similar enough to existing disturbance that the cranes continue to use an area adjacent, in the vicinity of work. We don't know exactly how they would perceive different levels of disturbance. So I think my answer is that if, in fact, they do consider that habitat where there is construction-related noise or disturbance unsuitable, then I imagine they would not be present and I would expect them to use alternate habitat, whether it be other existing habitat or additional habitat created as mitigation for the construction-related noise.
And then just thinking of the Hall Road that we were just looking at, that's adjacent to the Refuge Western Levee, the current level of disturbance in that location would be very low if there's no existing open road that's open to the public right now along that stretch in between Lambert Road and all the way to the north of Hood, correct?
I think it depends on the season and what's happening. You know, during harvest, there can be quite a lot of agricultural activity. Certainly, also seeing aircraft around that area. So I think it just depends on what the adjacent land use is in a certain month or season.
So are you asserting you think there's aircraft in over Hood?
Objection misstates testimony.
What, can you be more clear in your question, Ms. Meserve?
Well, I'm just confused because I'm asking about the levee, the Hall Road adjacent to the refuge. And then in response, Ms. Gardner is discussing aircraft, which, yeah.
Oh,
I was just
correct.
confused. Yeah.
Certainly not aircraft on the ground. I have not seen aircraft landing adjacent to the levee, just flying over. But yeah, the existing disturbance that I have seen out there has been agricultural equipment.
So let's see. So, and then thinking about the seasonal restriction that we've been discussing, from September 15th to March 15th. I believe we've gone over before. Are you aware that cranes sometimes arrive earlier or remain later than the dates used in the FEIR and the mitigation measure?
Yes, and we do address that in both the impact analysis and the mitigation measure.
Isn't it true that the mitigation measure Bio 33 states that the activities would be avoided in that time period only to the extent feasible as determined by the contractor in coordination with the project engineers?
That is specific to, and maybe we could pull it up so I could see
Sure.
make sure I'm not misquoting.
Yeah, it's DWR 804, page 71. I went to the MMRP. I think you had cited the FEIR. I just thought maybe more clear to cite to the adopted mitigation measures, but we can look at the FEIR if you're more comfortable with that.
Either one is okay.
So it's PDF page 71, I believe. And yeah, you're gonna have to blow it way up. And it's that lower section of the page.
Yes, I see.
So so it's possible that construction may occur outside of those windows if the contractor in coordination with project engineers determined that it was not feasible, right? The surface construction and restoration activities addressed in Bio 33.
So this is, yes, and I understand it's a very long measure with sort of a stepwise approach. And I would say that this is kind of like the biggest global disclosure that wherever possible, any and all construction activities would try to avoid the season when the cranes are there in their habitat. But then beyond that, there are specific construction activities where a commitment has been made for a seasonal and or time of day restriction. So that's referring to those activities that I mentioned earlier, where at this level of the design, they can't say that they would avoid the crane season at this time. Did that answer your question?
Yes. Doesn't that flexibility provided to the contractor and DWR make the determination of less than significant impacts in here in the MMRP uncertain? Since in this example, surface construction and restoration would only be avoided to the extent feasible?
Well, I think you're maybe misunderstanding my previous statement. There are construction activities which are described in my testimony that do have a seasonal and time of day restriction and a commitment to that restriction. So the statement that you're referring to in the mitigation measure is referring to other construction activities or restoration activities on top of those commitments, with the effort to further avoid and minimize potential impacts. Does that make sense?
I think so. I think the position makes sense. Okay. So sticking with the this MMRP, if we could go now to, and I agree with you, it's a very long measure, a PDF page 73. And we're still looking at the adequacy of this measure and your reference to it in your testimony that we have been focusing on. Under A2 there, it's talking about the measure says that DWR will avoid pile driving and general construction related combined noise effects on foraging habitat to the extent feasible. Given the amount of discretion in this mitigation measure, how can you be sure that take of sandhill cranes would be completely avoided, consistent with its status as a fully protected species?
I believe I state more restrictive commitments with respect to pile driving in my testimony, that the engineers have deemed feasible, and I believe that's also in Mr. Volk's testimony as well.
And with respect to the general construction-related combined noise effects on foraging habitat?
What was,
Oh, well, you mentioned pile driving, and I guess I'm just pointing out there's other impacts
correct,
that are attempting to be addressed here in this measure, it looks like.
correct. There are other construction-related activities described in the measure.
Yes.
Is there a question, Ms. Meserve?
Well,
I may have lost it.
Sorry. So if the combined general construction related noise effects would only be avoided to the extent feasible, how can you be sure that disturbance and potential take of sandhill crane could be completely avoided?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence. There's no evidence or foundation that there's noise elsewhere or other construction. Ms. Meserve hasn't identified a specific construction activity that for the witness to evaluate.
I'm going to allow the question because there's a reference here to general construction related combined noise effects. So whatever those are, if you have an opinion, Ms. Gardner.
Can you, just to save me reading in front of you, is that language in the measure or this is language in your question, Ms. Meserve?
Oh, I was just trying to rephrase the question to leave pile driving out of it.
Okay, understood.
Yeah.
So the commitments with respect to seasonal and time of day noise, and I hope I'm understanding your question, are specific to different components of construction. So as you've said, pile driving is just one component. There are other construction activities that also have seasonal and time of day restrictions. So I think in order to answer your question, perhaps we would need to look at specifics. So I can understand if it's an activity that does have a firm commitment or if there's some ambiguity.
Okay. Let me continue on. I'm not sure I have the specific question broken down for you in that way. I mean, one question I had was around the batch plants. Like, for instance, the batch plant proposed on Lambert Road would have a lot of truck activity with it to carry the material to the Twin Cities complex for the pouring of the slurry walls and other activities. That would that be considered within the disturbance, this other general construction related disturbance, or would you consider that to fall under a different provision?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to, are we talking about, is there a known roosting or permanent roosting site? I mean, I think these kinds of locations matter in order to answer the questions in the context of this expert's expertise.
Ms. Meserve, will you ask the question again, please? Or reframe it if you'd like.
The witness asked me to try to be specific about a specific construction example, so I attempted to think of one. And I thought of one on Lambert Road, and with relation to Twin Cities Complex, because I know Twin Cities Complex is part of what Harvest Water is working to enhance for crane habitat. So
So you picked a specific location, so but based on that, I'll allow the question, Ms. Gardner, if you have an opinion.
Lacks foundation, there's a concrete batch plant at that location.
on Lambert Road.
Do we need to pull up a map? Is that?
Okay.
I'm saying that there's no foundation to ask this witness that question at this point in the record.
So Ms. Meserve, would you, we can take a moment. Let's pause for a moment generally. How much longer do you think you have, Ms. Meserve, in terms of cross?
I thought I was about halfway through.
And it's fine. We have time, but I'm wondering too about an appropriate break.
I think I'm getting it right about the location of the batch plant. I'm a little taken aback. I guess I would like to go look at the map of the project to find the location of the batch plant. And then
if you're about halfway through, I'm just looking at our time. It's 11:53. If you're about halfway through, you expect you have maybe a half hour?
yeah. Could we do lunch and then I'll try to.
That's what I'm thinking, is that this would make sense and we can organize this and move more efficiently. Let's do a brief lunch because I anticipate we will wrap up fairly quickly after that. We'll give ourselves until 12:45. So we'll go 11:53 and we'll reconvene at 12:45 and then hopefully we will wrap up fairly quickly after that. Before I call it, is there anything we need to address? All right, I will see all of you at 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, hearing officer.
Thank you. And then I see we have Ms. Carroll, and I will look to our two witnesses. And we have Ms. Meserve, excellent. And I think we're all here. Thank you very much. Looks like we're back, and I will turn things back over to you, Ms. Meserve.
Thank you. Let's see. So I guess just where we left off was we were trying to focus on a specific example of disturbance that would fall into the category of the construction-related combined noise addressed in mitigation measure bio 33 that is addressing under that subheading of foraging habitat, right? So I had to mention the example of the construction activity around the proposed batch plant on Lambert Road. So I could have Ms. Mullen bring up the exhibit that shows the location of that proposed facility is AHO 1021, just to orient the witness, just to help make sure we're all talking about the same thing. This is the Bethany Reservoir Alignment Map Book that goes with the EIR for alternative 5. So this is just page 1. I will for whatever reason, the initial page is not in this grouping, but there's an initial page that shows like all the squares that are in the whole map book. But the page that I'm looking for is the 4th page, shows the Lambert Road proposed concrete batch plants. So maybe zoom in a little, and if you see where those kind of peach colored squares are, Ms. Mullen, so we could, and maybe there's also a legend here, but I guess they're labeled, so maybe that's good enough. Does that orient you, Ms. Gardner, as to the facilities I'm discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And then are you generally aware that the proposed Twin Cities complex is just directly south of that along Twin Cities Road? It's not shown on this particular map, but if actually, Ms. Mullen, if you scroll down just to page 6 of this figure, you'll see the Twin Cities complex. So that's just directly south of the batch plants we were just looking at. Does that seem familiar to you, Ms. Gardner?
Yes.
Okay. So the question, back to the question, was thinking about the combined construction related noise effect on foraging habitat. Couldn't noise and traffic from the concrete batch plant at Lambert Road traveling from the batch plant to the proposed Twin Cities site have the potential to flush cranes from foraging?
That is a potential, and that is why DWR is considering that impact that needs to be mitigated. So any of that adjacent land, if it's suitable foraging habitat, there would be high value foraging habitat managed outside of that noise threshold to mitigate for that.
So is it fair to say then the creation of the mitigation habitat is meant to address the issue of the discretion that the contractor and DWR would have to potentially conduct activities outside of the time period that they would normally be restricted to in the mitigation measure if they determine it's not feasible.
I didn't quite understand the question. I'm sorry.
Sure. Well, we've been focusing on this discretion afforded to DWR and its contractor in applying the what appear to be restrictions that have this out, if you will. So is it if the restrictions aren't followed for instance, the time of day restrictions for construction related noise effects, would it be your expectation that the habitat creation makes up for or provides the safety net for the cranes to prevent an impact?
Objection outside the scope. This witness's testimony on page 9 was really rebutting Mr. Worth's statement about a 3-mile area, and that was the extent of the rebuttal, was that it was beyond that 3-mile area. This appears to be going back to Ms. Gardner's original testimony and well outside the scope of rebuttal.
Ms. Meserve, I think we've oriented ourselves on the map. Can we go back to Ms. Gardner's rebuttal testimony and to the section we should be looking at here?
Sure.
Yes.
On page 9, lines 9 through 12, it says DWR addresses potential construction-related disturbance to sandhill cranes, including flushing, collision, etc. So, I mean, I think this is
it's relevant. So please, Ms. Gardner.
Yeah, that's correct. So I think to go back to your batch plant example, that is not a construction feature that has a clear commitment that it will be conducted outside of the sandhill crane winter use season. And so, yes, that's correct. That's why the alternate habitat would be provided and managed in high value to be attractive for the cranes to use outside of that construction-related noise area.
And the efficacy of that habitat would depend on the cranes actually leaving the affected construction area. In this instance, the example we were talking about on the map near the batch plant, and going to either the newly created habitat or some other area outside of the construction, the area impacted by construction.
You're asking if they would use, are you worried if they would use the habitat that's managed in high value resources for them?
Well,
or if they would be not, if the construction, I'm sorry, I don't mean to ask the question for you.
Sure. I can ask it again. Okay. Isn't it true that the creation of the habitat could only be effective mitigation if the cranes actually left the impacted area?
Well, if they were not, it's alternative habitat for them. So if they're not bothered by the 50 decibel noise, or I'm sorry, that's not a very good way to characterize it. If the construction related noise or disturbance doesn't bother them, then I would assume they may not leave. That's true. They may just continue as they do under existing conditions. Typically, they would they would want to go to the high value resources if they're within a close enough distance.
And in terms of your testimony refers to the seasonal and time of day restrictions that we've been discussing. And there's no measures for outside of what we've been discussing to protect cranes, for instance, in the ITP that was issued by DWR, correct? I mean, sorry, the ITP that was issued by the Department of Fish and Wildlife.
No, sandhill cranes are not, CDFW doesn't issue ITPs for sandhill cranes.
Okay.
Or for greater sandhill cranes.
Let's see. So then on page 8, backing up one page of your testimony, you're discussing these movement corridors for wildlife. And you mentioned that Lambert Road could provide the undercrossing at Lambert could provide a wildlife movement corridor. Is that correct?
That's an existing potential corridor under I-5, yes.
And are you aware that Lambert Road is designated as a haul road during project construction?
Yes.
And are you aware that it's designated for widening and significant, improvements that would facilitate additional traffic after project construction?
Yes.
Do roads are they typically recommended for wildlife corridors?
For what type of wildlife? I mean, wildlife will use roads.
But can't use of roads for wildlife, can't use of roads by wildlife as corridors lead to road mortality?
Yes.
And the fact that Dearson Road is also proposed to be widened and as under the project as well, that could facilitate additional traffic use under the project, correct?
I don't really know how to answer that about traffic use. It might be a potential.
Dearson Road is part of the Twin Cities complex proposal, right? So are you aware that there's significant road work planned on Dearson Road?
I don't specifically recall that being a road improvement. Are you speaking specifically about the overcrossing over I-5, or are you talking about a different part of Dearson Road?
We can look at, if we could, Ms. Mullen, just to clarify the point, and there's an exhibit that's DWR 24, which is a access road exhibit that we could show to Ms. Gardner. So probably need to zoom in a little bit. I'm failing the eye test. Okay. So Lambert Road shown here. I think on page 2 it gets to Dearson Road. And yeah. So do you see there, Ms. Gardner, toward the bottom of the page?
From Franklin to I-5, yes.
Yeah. So isn't it true that this changes to the Twin Cities complex, including the improvements to Dearson Road and the level of activity at Twin Cities complex would tend to push wildlife to different areas, make them less likely, in other words, to use Dearson Road?
I think that's possible. Yeah, I do still maintain, though, that the point of my rebuttal testimony is that although these are other optional paths of movement, the more likely movement is to be south along the riparian features that sort of connect from the Sacramento River down to the Cosumnes River Preserve underpass.
And with respect to that, what you show in DWR 936 in the Cosumnes, wouldn't that pathway be limited in when the water is high along the Cosumnes River?
Limited, you mean
For
smaller or unavailable?
Limited or unavailable for wildlife, yes.
It could be at certain times of year under existing conditions as well, yes.
So thinking again about the changes to both Dearson and Lambert, making those roads wider and busier, isn't it true that the project is constricting wildlife corridors?
I don't think I can come to that conclusion necessarily. I think that you know, from my understanding of the wildlife corridor analysis, certainly the construction of the Twin Cities complex and associated roads are identified as impacts to wildlife movement, yes. And that's the reason for having the adaptive management and conducting the baseline studies to understand what are existing conditions, and then also if the measures in place to enhance wildlife connectivity as part of the project, and also to minimize collisions are effective, and that monitoring will then determine if additional measures need to be in place.
In the last part of your testimony, you mentioned and the Twin Cities complex was a relatively small portion of the landscape available to be managed by harvest water for EcoPlan. So is it your opinion that Sac Sewer should relocate its planned harvest water crane conservation area to accommodate the DCP?
What is the, I don't have a planned crane conservation area figure to reference?
Well, if I will represent to you that if the Twin Cities complex is part of the Harvest Water Crane Conservation Area, and then your testimony is stating that Twin Cities is a small portion of the land available, in your opinion, are you stating that Sac Sewer should change its plan?
Objection, lacks foundation, assumes facts not in evidence.
Are you
Also-
familiar?
I'm sorry, Ms. Meserve, were you going to rephrase the question?
I can try, but I mean, she's got testimony about Harvest Water, so I guess I'm not sure why we're not allowed to ask about it.
Well, I don't think, just try the question again, please.
Okay. Well, let's just start with this. Are you familiar with the Harvest Water Crane Conservation Program?
I've seen the acreages that are reported in the fact sheet that was cited in the protestant's testimony, yes.
And did you see the part of the testimony that identifies a portion of the Twin Cities area as the crane conservation area?
I have not seen a figure that shows that, no.
But your testimony talks about how they could find a different area to do that activity, right?
My testimony is referring to the two boundaries that I have seen with respect to managing habitat for cranes, one of which is the recycled water delivery area. So my testimony is with respect to the acreages of suitable crane habitat that are available within both the eco-plan area and the recycled water delivery area. But I'm not aware of a footprint more specific than that, which is called a sandhill crane. I can't remember exactly what you called it, but I'm not familiar with a more specific area than that.
Let me just look at your testimony for a moment. Okay, yeah, so your testimony on page 12, lines 9 and 10 says that, and maybe we should just look at that if we could, Ms. Mullen. So it's 931, page 12. And you're saying that here that there's opportunities for Harvest Water Ecoplan to achieve its conservation benefits and performance objectives to manage for Sandhill Crane, not limited to the location of the proposed Twin Cities complex. So you're aware that Sac Sewer is planning on using the part of the Twin Cities complex for these activities, aren't you?
I read in the some of the protestant testimonies that that was a location, or there was a conflict, but the extent of what I could find with respect to that was the Sac Sewer fact sheet. So the purpose of my rebuttal testimony was simply looking at that Twin Cities complex and looking at Sandhill Crane suitable habitat to determine it was limited to that area or not.
And did you know, were you aware, as reported in the testimony of Dwayne Martin, that the ranch, that Dearson Ranch is participating in the Sac Sewers Harvest Water Eco Plan program?
I am not familiar with that testimony. I don't believe it was specific to terrestrial biological resources, so I may not have reviewed that, or I did not review that testimony.
Well, so is it your opinion that these contracts and other planning and agreements should be voided and changed because of the DCP?
Objection to the extent that it calls for a legal conclusion.
Also
Noted.
lacks foundation.
If you have an opinion, Ms. Gardner.
I guess as a terrestrial biologist, I'm not familiar with the contracts that you're referring to specifically or agreements. I would say that's outside of my scope as a biologist.
Wouldn't it have been reasonable for you as a biologist to look at what the existing conservation plans were for the Twin Cities complex in preparing this testimony?
Argumentative.
I think we've exhausted that point, Ms. Meserve. Thank you.
And just to, well, I mean,
You can try it a different way.
okay,
but
I apologize. I was
Yeah.
not trying to be argumentative. I was just trying to understand. I mean, this kind of goes to that, Ms. Gardner, in your last slide, I believe you have a diagram of the potential crane habitat, which is shown in the green. And you were asked questions about the availability of that habitat previously.
Correct.
And I believe this is what I heard, and just maybe you can confirm for me that you did not go through the process of seeing what of that habitat shown in green in your figure on the last slide was actually still available for harvest water or any other, new program.
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to available.
Well,
But yeah.
if you can clarify, Ms. Meserve, we'll get a better answer.
Well, I mean, is not already subject to an existing conservation arrangement or something like that, that would allow it to be, conserved newly.
Please, Ms. Gardner.
I'm so sorry to make you ask this one more time, but could you please ask that question one more time?
Yeah, okay, I'm trying to find the actual slide too here, sorry.
Is this a slide from Ms. Gardner's testimony?
Yeah, I believe it's the
PowerPoint?
very last slide.
Ms. Mullen, if we can go to Ms. Gardner's PowerPoint, I think would help me too. And we'll try the last slide and we'll go from there.
Yeah, so I believe that's greater sandhill crane foraging.
This looks like it says tricolored blackbird.
Oh, that's the table. But the map on the left is
The map is with the title. Got it.
right. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, the question was, you've in your testimony, you're pointing to on page 12 that there's other, it seems to be indicating that there's other acreage that could be available besides Twin Cities complex for harvest water for crane conservation. And my question was, whether you had gone through any effort to try to determine whether there were lands that met the criteria for that conservation program that were available, other than just generally being potential foraging habitat.
Vague and ambiguous as to conservation program and which document and which criteria.
I think it would be criteria under the SAC sewers program, the crane conservation criteria, under its contract with the Water Commission.
Ms. Gardner, please.
No, as I stated earlier, I had not seen that document or criteria before it was brought up today.
So, and then the DCP, the project that we're talking about today, it's not fully approved or fully funded, is it?
Objection scope.
Scope, what do you mean by scope? Sorry, Ms.
It's
Moore.
outside the scope of the rebuttal
rebuttal.
testimony. Trying to be.
I don't think so, because she suggested that Harvest Water should go look for a different area to do something that they already have a contract with the state to do and contracts with landowners to do in a specific location.
Objection, that misstates the testimony and it lacks foundation. Those contracts are not part of this record, and neither is a clear conservation plan that we asked witnesses about that they did not produce and said did not exist.
Ms. Meserve, will you ask the question again, please?
Is it true that the DCP is not fully approved or funded at this time?
I'll allow that
Objection.
question if that's
Calls
helpful.
for legal conclusion.
Ms. Gardner,
Also
do you have an
outside the
opinion?
scope.
I believe that's correct. I believe that's correct.
So, notwithstanding that fact, you're suggesting that this local project should consider relocating its contracts.
Objection, lacks foundation, misstates testimony.
Let's go back to the testimony, Ms. Meserve. I think that will help us here.
Okay.
Please.
I mean, I think I can wrap up here too, but we're just looking at the last page, and I believe that the contracts are in the record. I don't know the citations offhand, but I'm sure that can be clarified in rebuttal testimony.
I think you indicated that Ms. Gardner's testimony is that the conservation area for cranes, I'm paraphrasing, should be moved. I'm just wondering if we can please connect that to her written rebuttal testimony, and then I think the question will be fair.
Okay, so I believe we're looking at page 12, and then we're looking at starting at line 5 and going down to line 10. It's saying that these acreages in the map that we were just looking at indicate that the conservation benefits could be achieved elsewhere.
Yep. Then I will allow, well, why don't you try the question again based on this testimony that's in front of us? I think that will be more appropriate.
And Hearing Officer Kinsey, if I may, Ms. Meserve, I believe that Harvest Water is a project run by a public entity. If we could please make this a PRA request for those contracts that you mentioned, that would be much appreciated.
I can, I'm sure that their counsel is listening, I will make a note about that. So yeah, the question is just, Ms. Gardner, back to you. Sorry for the distraction. That is whether you are suggesting that to the extent there are contracts, if there are contracts, let's just assume there are for purposes of this question, that those should be abandoned, and that the conservation activities should be moved somewhere else.
Objection, misstates testimony, lacks
think that-
foundation, outside the scope.
I got it. I
Rebuttal.
think that's fair. I think that's fair. Ms. Meserve, there is a lot there that's not in this testimony. So I think it does misstate Ms. Gardner's testimony.
It says they're not, well, maybe I'm reading it wrong. I thought that's what she's saying. They should go do it somewhere else.
Well, Ms. Gardner, what are you saying here? What is what is the indication here? Can you help unpack this, please?
Yeah, I can do my best. So my testimony was based on the information that I had available to me. There was this focus on the Twin Cities complex with respect to crane conservation opportunities in the eco-plan area. So my analysis is providing the crane conservation opportunities that I see based on suitable habitat within the eco-plan area and the water recycled delivery area. And I provided both because it wasn't very clear to me from the information provided with the SAC sewer fact sheets which of those two footprints crane conservation was focused in.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. All right, and I'm told that that these contracts are in the record, and an email will go out with those citations. So with that, I think we can conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. And I will look to Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris. Do you have, well, let me look to the room first. Is there anyone else with questions for Ms. Gardner or Ms. Hamamoto? All right, I don't have questions. So now I will turn to Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris. Do you have redirect for these witnesses?
Yes, Ms. Morris has brief redirect. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Ms. Morris.
Thank you. Ms. Hamamoto, are you a botanist?
Yes, that's correct. That is my training.
I think you need to unmute.
The audio was quiet, yes, and then, yeah.
Yes. Ms. Hamamoto, are you a botanist?
Yes, primarily my training has been in botany.
And why is that important in terms of your expertise in crotch bumblebee?
As a botanist, I am focused on the foraging resources that are available to crotch bumblebee and other pollinator species that occur in the area. My professional experience with the Department of Water Resources has been primarily in the Delta. So I'm very familiar with the botanical resources, which are then considered foraging resources for the species.
Thank you. Do you recall Ms. Meserve asking you for references to the occurrence data that you cited in response to earlier questions?
Yes, and I took a look at the references. In the final EIR, we referred to 2 occurrences from the California Natural Diversity Database, one of which was located, I believe, near Antioch, and the other one is located in Tracy. And then in the incidental take permit application that we prepared for this project, subsequent to the EIR, we added an additional occurrence, which was a later find. That is the occurrence at Cosumnes River Preserve, which was discussed in Ms. Gardner's testimony earlier.
And Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up what's been marked as AHO 1109? And Ms. Hamamoto, are you familiar with this document?
This appears to be an appendix to the terrestrial chapter of the EIR.
And could we please go to PDF page 273? And is this the source of the information that you just provided?
In the second section, 13B.45.2, second paragraph.
And Ms. Mullen, could we also please pull up what's been marked as DWR 803? If we could make it a little smaller so we can see the whole title or most of it, or we could just scroll down too. And Ms. Hamamoto, are you familiar with this document?
Yes. This is the sorry, can we scroll up just a bit? Can I see the title, or is that the entirety of the title? It appears that this is the incidental related to the incidental take permit application.
Is it the incidental take permit application? Do we need to scroll down to the next page so you can see?
Maybe we can go to 1.1, purpose of this document.
Yeah.
Please. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. It's very thorough. Okay, here we go.
Speaking an incidental take permit, this is our application, yes.
And could Ms. Mullen, could we please go to PDF page 117 at the bottom? And if you can do your magic split trick where we can see the top of page 118, that would be great. And is this the data that you cited as it relates to the ITP application? And by data, I mean occurrence data.
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Gardner, do you recall questions from Ms. Reserve regarding a new haul road?
Yes, I do.
And when you answered that there was an existing road, what did you mean?
We were discussing the haul road adjacent to the levee by Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge. And that is the portion that I was referring to where agricultural roads exist along a portion of that.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Then with that, I will look back to Ms. Moskal or Ms. Meserve. Do you have any recross based on that limited redirect? Then with that, Ms. Meserve, did you have something?
Oh, I just one question about the existing agricultural road or the representation there. Do you have any information, Ms. Gardner, about whether there is a road that is passable in the locations where the haul road is proposed?
Vague and ambiguous as to location along the whole route or portions.
Well, let's take it in two parts, from Hood Franklin Road to the north.
And then vague and ambiguous as to passable. Do you mean public road or something different?
Right. Is it accessible to the public?
I can speak to what I think I know. I believe it's all private agricultural fields along that portion of the SP cut levee that I'm referring to. And then I am aware that there are new roads being constructed north that are traveling west. Yes, new haul roads. And paving and improvements of any existing agricultural road that's there.
And thinking from Hood Franklin Road to the south, the proposed new haul road, is that accessible to the public?
Not that I'm aware of, no, I don't believe so.
Have you ever been on either of the segments we just asked about?
On the other side of the levee?
No, on where the proposed haul road was located.
West of the levee?
Yes.
No, only from I've been on Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge, up on the levee, and I've been on the existing public roads in that region, but I haven't been on the private property.
So isn't it true that to the extent there's roads there at all now, the use would be very limited?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to limited. For what purpose? For public access or for agricultural uses?
Ms. I'll give you one more chance to ask it, but it seems we've been over this. So I
okay, we can leave it at that.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think now we are ready for me to say thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gardner, for spending your afternoon with us, and Ms. Hamamoto. And I appreciate your testimony and your time and your attention today, and you are excused. I will look to the room whether there are procedural issues we need to address before we break and return sometime next week. Let me make sure I get this right. I have us returning on Monday, the 2nd at 9 o'clock, when we will pick up with the significant panel, looks like, with Mr. Murdoch, Mr. Volk, Ms. Buchholz, and Ms. Wolf. Is there anything else we should discuss before we break until March 2nd? Ms. Meserve, please.
I had one question, and I'm sorry I didn't check the modeling folder yet, but I had asked about getting the Delta GW model uploaded, and so I just wanted to check on the status of that and when that might be available for our experts.
Well, we've been here with you, Ms. Meserve, so we haven't had much opportunity to work on this, but we will work on it in the interim until we return on Monday. And of course, we will notify the entire service list when we do the upload.
Thank you, and notify us, and we will try to move that over once we see it. So, thank you. Is there anything else? Ms. Morris, please.
Unfortunately, we cannot put modeling files, upload them to the FTP. We're going to have to do it in a box like we've done with all the rest of the modeling, and then you'll be able to move it over. But it does not upload to the FTP. Every time we've tried to do it, it just rejects it. It's just too big, I think. Or it's too slow. It times out. So I just wanted to be clear about where it's going to end up.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. I appreciate that. Actually, in some ways, it's better, and then everyone will get it as soon as you get the link, as soon as you send it out in any case. So that will eliminate that. Thank you. Then with that, I will see you next week, and we are adjourned. Thank you very much.